Well, good morning, everyone. That's nice and clear, in part because of the absence of people to absorb the sound. But thank you all for being here and for your contributions today. It's 10 o'clock. Let's start. I'm Tom Bristow. To my right is Matt Birkinshaw. We're now on day 10 of the programme. So this morning we're looking at policies and the approach in the plan to do with the economy and employment, and then in the afternoon we're coming on to infrastructure. And I'm very conscious there's only one representative around the table. I've got some ideas about how we do this, but before we start, I think the announcements for us are: when you're speaking, please use the microphone. That's important. I've forgotten to do it, but if you can turn off any sort of hotspots on your phone and just use the Wi-Fi that's provided, that helps in terms of minimizing any interference with the system. And I think that's everything initially. But Mr. Layden, can I just turn to you, as is usual, to explain any emergency procedures we need to be aware of? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. So, as you may have heard, we had a fire alarm test this morning at 9:30, and we're not expecting a further fire alarm test today. For those who are in the room, you'll have noted that the fire evacuation alarm is a mixture of a voice alarm system as well as the siren system, but it is a voice alarm system outside of the council chambers. The alarm will announce that the building must be evacuated due to an emergency. On hearing the fire alarm, everybody must immediately leave the building by the nearest available route. From the council chambers, it is the stairwell immediately outside the door. However, there is a second stairwell to the left after the lifts. Please follow a fire marshal in that instance. If in the event of a fire you would need assistance in using the stairs, please make reception aware. The main assembly point is at the Market Square, which, for those who do not know, if you leave the council building by the main entrance and exit, turn right, cross the pedestrian lights, and walk a very short walk just along the main high street to get to the Market Square. It's about 2 or 3 minutes. Toilets are located to the left after the lifts, and also by the cafe on the ground floor. The hearing sessions are being live streamed and recorded to be made available after the session. Please be aware and leave the council chamber if you do not wish to be filmed. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay. I don't think there's much I need to. I'm presuming some familiarity with the approach. Essentially, we've read everything. I've taken careful account, and I've got some questions about your hearing statement. Maybe let's just very quickly go around, introduce ourselves, just so we know who's here to speak. But yeah, Mr. Layden.
Thank you. My name is Ronan Layden. I'm Head of Strategic Planning here at the Dacorum Borough Council. I'm accompanied on my right by Craig Howell-Williams, KC, of Francis Taylor Building, who's representing the council, and to my left by John Chapman, who's a Senior Planning Policy Officer in the team.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Mills.
Good morning. Stuart Mills from Mycenae Projects, representing Apsley Meadowside Property.
Okay, thank you. I don't think, unless Mr. Birkinshaw, you think there's anything else to cover, we'll get cracking, so to speak. So we're on matter 7, economy and employment. It's probably useful if we turn up page 55 of the plan as well. We're probably going to finish a little bit early so we can have a nice relaxed lunch before there are more people coming for infrastructure requirements this afternoon. But having taken careful account of Mr. Mills, your kind of position, I thought, well, can we go there first? But actually, from what I can see, it's a cross-cutting point bound up with the economic strategy in the plan as a whole. So I think if we just go through, and Louise has helpfully printed out the questions for today, it's very useful. If we just go through the questions, this is an area of the plan, I have to say, I was reflecting, the council may very well, if you like, have got the right answer in terms of what the plan does and in terms of what is provided for. But I think it's fair to say that Mr. Birkinshaw and I slightly struggled and still struggle to understand the sort of working out That makes any sense? So I'll come on to what I mean about that, but just the clarity and the effectiveness with which certain requirements are set out versus what is intended to be provided and how. Now, that may be because we're looking at the process from the outside in, if that makes any sense. So you may very well say, well, here's where you go to find this. But I think from the sort of overarching message from our perspective would be in terms of clarity and in terms of being positively prepared as a test of soundness. I think, and my position may change, but I think the plan needs to set out more clearly what is required and how that's going to be achieved so that we can be satisfied on those points. But that's as an overarching message. I'll come back to that. If we go to the plan, question 1, which is the plan's economic strategy based on proportionate and up-to-date evidence? So the council's position, having read your hearing statement, is that the South West Herts economic study, which is ECN 0301, builds on a lot of other studies. So that's one point, and sets out various aspects to do with the economy and employment and what is required. So our focus, I think, in this session is not so much on that evidence which we've read, but how that is articulated and presented through the plan. So I'd like to skip over question 1, and I'm thinking Mr. Mills is probably question 3 where you're most interested. So let's go to question 2, and this is for effectiveness. Should the plan establish requirements for office, industrial, and warehousing provision over the plan period? Now, forgive me if I'm going to speak a little bit on this. As I saw it from the council's hearing statement, your position is that there's no need, effectively. It doesn't have to happen. And that's on the basis that, as I have it from your hearing statement, employment targets are not required because there is sufficient land available for economic development and policy direction in the type of business uses expected as set out in the updated Southwest Herts economic study. You'll appreciate that, why we've got a little bit of confusion there. So your position, and if I can just sort of, Mr. Layden, maybe your colleague next to you, your position is that the needs are being met, and there's therefore no need to set out those needs. So I suppose our question is, well, logically, therefore, what's the issue with setting out those needs in the first place? So I just want to understand because unless I'm wrong, I can't see, and I may be wrong, I can't see a sort of clear iteration that you usually have in terms of saying, well, this is the amount of floor space we need overall, this is the amount of industrial floor space, this is the amount of business floor space. I can't see that from the plan. I might be wrong, but Mr. Layden, can you just talk us through your position on that?
Thank you, sirs. And I think it's reasonable to ask that. I've been part to a number of local plans examinations, and this matter has cropped up, I think, in each of them. And it's how you measure need. Some people say you measure it in hectares, some people say you measure it in floor space, and then some people say you measure it in jobs. There's 3 ways of doing that. Our approach is the hectareage approach to this, first and foremost. And just by reference to needs, our spatial strategy policy does identify a minimum of 3.6 hectares of land for new employment development. So that's there in terms of where we kind of set out the overarching need. And as you will have seen from our response in question 2, we've kind of broken down just our understanding of the various different sectors. And we note within that the requirements for offices is probably most clearly spelled out, and our references to chapter 8 and chapter 9, in particular of the ECN 03.1, study concludes that no new office space and the land associated with it is required over either the 2021 to 41 or 2041 to 50 periods. So when it comes to the floor space requirement, it's in my opinion, I'd struggle to kind of set a 0 requirement within a plan on that. So that's just kind of the first point on that. if there's no need, do you need to probably include a line? Maybe you do. But we've kind of tried to spell it out clearly within our supporting evidence or our supporting text and reason justification, which I think we could probably say we could probably do a little bit more to clarify that within the supporting text. Then we move on to, I'd say, the more traditional other employment uses, which is the requirements for industrial storage and distribution space. And there we do see that the study considered two scenarios. And we've cautiously followed probably the more aspirational scenario, which with chapter 9 of ECN 03.1, paragraph 9.26, the first of the two supply scenarios, it says the 50.4 hectares available for development, which I would say includes land to the east of Hemel Hempstead in the St. Albans plan, is more than sufficient to meet the 35.4 hectare requirement remaining once completions and commitments are accounted for. And then, however, in the second scenario, which is a bit more aspirational, Southwest Hearts would not have a sufficient supply of allocated land with a requirement for 59.5 hectares, resulting in a small shortfall of 9.5 hectares. And then from that, the council has kind of taken that away and looked at a strategy in the context of both of those outcomes. So in say, the first outcome there, it's again saying no additional requirement. So again, goes to the point of, well, what do you say? But then the second one says there is demand for 9.5 hectares. And going back to my original point at the very start was the spatial strategy identifies 3.6 hectares minimum at Tring at Dunsday Farm. So that's the first point about, well, requirements have been tricky to clearly spell out. I think the benefit of the evidence is it does look holistically across Southwest Hertfordshire as the functional economic market area. And what it seeks to do is really paint a picture of realistic demand in the right locations. So when it comes to offices, it spells out that Watford and St. Albans are kind of the strong locators for offices. And then rationally, when it comes to the other storage, distribution, industrial, it then talks about where the kind of areas, and you will see then that there is strong demand on the M1 corridor, close to Hemel, where we have the evidence justifying, hopefully, the allocations within the St. Albans plan. So that is where we've got to with this. So when it comes to the strategy and looking at the strategies from the evidence, paragraphs 4.2 and 4.3 of our local plan spell out kind of what the plan is seeking to do in light of that evidence. And it talks a bit about the key economic messages on that, but it also says that we should be A, seeking to protect, safeguard, maybe as you might call it, some of the key strategic employment sites and make sure that, you know, because they are important to the future strategy. And that's with regards to, the strategy for Dacorum. So as a result of that, we have looked at and reviewed our GEAs in light of the evidence, and particularly some of the evidence spelled out at the later stages of that study about kind of appropriateness of some of those sites. And we've also done some additional checks ourselves, which is spelled out elsewhere within our statements regarding maybe some of the lesser performing allocations or existing allocations where maybe they don't serve that purpose anymore. Maybe they are more orientated towards retail warehousing, car showrooms, and maybe a loss of offices to permitted rights, areas like that. And we've done that check and review of those to kind of say, is it truly employment land? Is it important? And that's where we result in the GEAs, which we'll come on to in due course. But I think the final point then on this is going back to your point about floor spaces. And as I said, the traditional approach, I think the framework is very clear. We should be flexible. And I always get nervous about being overly prescriptive about particular floor spaces. A, when maybe there's no evidence need to begin with, but B, to look at the inflexibility of certain allocations. I think when we look at places like Tring and allocating a Tring, do we want to be overly prescriptive that it must be really hard warehouse industrial, or should we be more or distribution or light industrial? And taking those elements. So we try not to be prescriptive in terms of the overarching floor spaces, but provide the land in a really appropriate location close to the A41. strategic, road network, recognising that there's ample moorland to the east of Hemel in the St. Albans plan. That, to all intents and purposes, makes a really strong contribution and a really strong location for demand. And as a whole, Southwest Hertfordshire is kind of looking at that holistically. How does each authority's role, factor into that overarching study? And for us, my nervousness has always been, and having seen some allocation in the past that would have been allocated for employment, but maybe without the demand and the right location, what would happen then if we say that 5-6 hectares somewhere else in the borough should be allocated for that, but then there's no market demand? And what happens next to that land in light of the rest of the framework? So there's just little nuances there. So I think our strategy is very much, we've got a really good established stock of employment sites. We want to make sure there's sufficient checks in place for those going forward. They vary across the borough. Some sites we'll be discussing shortly, wholly for offices, and there's other ones that serve wider uses and in the right locations, storage distribution, now data centers, on or close to our strategic road network. And our strategy is to just make sure that we are checking proposals to ensure that, what is coming forward is commensurate with the evidence at the time, and also making sure then that we can adequately respond to future needs as and when they come forward. So I hope that's helped as a starting point.
That is very helpful as a starting point. And if I may say, you make some very logical points. That said, I think what I heard, and I was tapping away furiously, officers based on the let's call it the 2024 study, that's the one we're all referring to. There's no need anticipated over the plan period, or indeed beyond the plan period. And I know you have set out in your hearing statement how there has historically been a loss of employment space, principally to residential, and that the strategy, if you like, is no barrier to that when it is appropriately evidenced. So it seems to be that in terms of officers, and the three traditional, I suppose, sectors are officers, general business, and storage and distribution in old money use classes. Well, they've changed, so I won't go there for the time being, but that seems to be the case in terms of officers. In terms of general business, now you mentioned the 3.6 hectares in policy SS1, which I'd taken account of. I can't help but notice, and I know what you're going to say in terms of proportionality, at say TRO1, there is more than 3.6 hectares. There's 5 hectares, isn't there, I think, indicatively, and there's potentially some other employment space elsewhere. So just in terms of, how those marry up, I'm just holding that in my mind, but that seems to be where you're coming out in terms of general business, if you like. That's new employment development. But I don't think that's entirely accurate, if I may say so, because if you've drawn our attention to 4.3 of the plan, which talks about the relationship with, I think I'm right in saying we're talking about St Albans plan allocation site H3, which is the one to the east of Maylands as it exists. And it seems to be, so this includes significant land, 52.7 hectares at that allocation. So I suppose just getting into a little bit more detail, and I know there are different permutations of how much of that land is accounted for in St Albans plan, in Dacorum's plan. But can you just talk me through, I suppose initially, in terms of officers, looking at the 2024 study, there's some discussion about what's occurring in Watford in terms of level of provision and what's occurring in St Albans. And we're also pointed to the St Albans local plan examination. So I can vaguely dredge my memory for that. But in terms of any agreements that have been reached with other authorities, that would be a very useful point to explain, especially in terms of officers and storage and distribution. And I'm thinking particularly Watford, St Albans, and St Albans again in terms of the strategic rail freight interchange. I just couldn't quite get my finger on what agreements had been reached, what proportions are being accounted for elsewhere. So that would be really helpful for me, Mr. Layden. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think the starting point for this, there's probably two areas where we've responded to this, is question 5 of this issue 1, where I believe you've asked the question about how have we gone about, but again, that equally cross-references back to our matter 1 issue 1, question 11, which was a duty to cooperate question as well. The engagement the council has undertaken with the other councils in South West Hertfordshire regarding employment and land provision. And I think it's within that we made reference and we included our 2 statements of common ground with St Albans City and District Council as part of their current local plan examination. That was appended to matter 1 statements at Appendix E, and in addition to that, we also had the Watford Borough Council statement to come around for their examination. So appreciate that the latter is a bit more dated, it predates the most up-to-date evidence, but in any case, that statement of common ground is clear that they recognise their role in meeting office needs, in particular, in Watford, and that how that can help with the overarching and wider needs of the functional economic market area. That the floor spaces and what was identified within their plan is obviously a point in time, and they'll have to look at that through the next plan iteration to take account of the most up-to-date evidence. And then you will have more recently the statement of common ground with St Albans regarding the storage and distribution. It's an interesting point about breaking it down, and I think even our evidence tries to break it down in some ways, because say we recognise that the strategic rail freight interchange in St Albans, by example, is quite a significant amount of employment land in its own right. And as part of the discussions on the examination, we did have a tangible discussion about, well, where does that go? Who does that serve? Does it fall into an ether if it is so strategic, like the traffic on an M1? How far does that serve in terms of overarching needs, not just in South West Herts? And I think even then the evidence was basically saying, well, we will take half of that and say it's local need. So when it comes to the breakdown and apportionment, it's quite challenging when it comes to the storage and distribution, when you look at the raw numbers on the ground and saying the total quantum of land on face value is probably so significantly large, but the needs are equally so strategic in that instance. It's very, very hard to kind of come to a collective view and say, right, well, now we're going to break it down. But actually, I think if you follow the evidence, you say, well, so much of that might fall off a cliff edge and probably doesn't serve anyone looking for it, you know, in terms of a further interchange somewhere else in the country. So we haven't gone about clearly spelling out how much serves X authority and how much serves other authority. Our approach right now, as I understand, is, you know, each authority is digesting that evidence and looking to formulate their plan. And through what was traditionally duty to cooperate discussions and through, you know, what we're going to call the effective engagement discussions going forward, we will be basically looking at the status of each plan as they reach their various stages. It's a bit, but what we as authorities want to do is ensure that they are being kept in check with the evidence and how they're seeking to meet the overarching requirements of the functional economic market area. On the recognition, there's always a balance here, I think, about someone may say and agree to something, but ultimately, you know, circumstances may change and they may identify a different site or another opportunity may arise. So we have never sought to break down strict floor space, strict that. We've kind of basically said, this is the evidence for South West Hertfordshire. When it comes to St Albans, I think they recognise the role of without putting words in their mouth, they've got some big ticket employment land in strategically well-placed locations to serve needs, not just for themselves. As we know, storage and distribution is relatively light in terms of needs. And we have quite a high need. And when it comes to us, we could say, well, we've got a really high need, but the demand and the place to best deliver that need is actually just outside of our boundary on land east of Hemel Hempstead, but west of the M1. And that's a logical solution. So where we are our approach right now is let's see how each authority gets on with the evidence. Let's see what land they've identified. The evidence does consider the opportunities of certain sites. So it does kind of say, well, some of these are almost really not ready reckoners, but they're really strong candidates, and you really should be looking at allocating these sites. And if you do allocate these sites, then that's the remainder left to be identified as 9.4 hectares as a maximum. So we have had engagements. We're trying to be flexible. We're trying to be pragmatic and not get overly prescriptive. And particularly in the context of Dacorum, when there's very limited land and very limited demand, as probably evidenced through the lack of people wanting to allocate land for employment today. We are kind of in a position where our strategy we feel is appropriate in addressing the needs. It is on the basis of a significant amount of employment land being allocated to the east of Hemel as part of the Garden Communities programme.
Yeah, and just on this, I think the framework talks about strategic policies, setting out that overall strategy for housing, and it includes employment. And I think where Mr. Bristol and I struggle with this is that the plan as submitted isn't clear enough, and it's therefore not effective in terms of what that employment strategy is. Now, a bit of a spoiler alert, but it's all information that's been discussed in public, is that we've had, I'm not sure if you were there or not, but we had the same discussion in St Albans, and we in session there directed them that modifications would be required to their plan to make it clear and make it effective as to what is going on in terms of essentially Hemel Garden Communities and the expansion of the Maylands Business Park, essentially. As Mr. Bristow sort of said, you know, the answer is probably right. It's just we need to sort of see the workings out a bit more. And so we directed them sort of going away, and I can't remember the policy references off the top of my head, but making their employment land policies clearer about precisely what's going on and what you've agreed between yourselves. Effectively, you know, how much of the 53.1 hectares or whatever it is essentially going to be meeting your needs. That's the key message that needs to be really clearly spelled out in both local plans. And it sounds like the agreement's there, it sounds like the work's being done, it just doesn't come out enough in the plans. Now, for your plan, it means modifications are going to be needed to presumably E1, I think, is probably the best place to do it. I would probably, outside of this session, encourage engagement with St Albans, because you're in a slightly unique position here where they are two different separate local plans and we're examining them on their own merits. But, you know, clearly where you've got a site like Maylands, you just need to ensure you're saying the same thing, essentially. And given that we've directed St Albans to make those changes, I think you're going to have to make the same ones, and it's just spelling out what's going on and almost sort of who's getting what, essentially.
Thank you. I think they're fair and reasonable points. I think we, as officers, had reviewed, I think, the clarity of the supporting text around E1 as much as the policy itself. And I think we had to identify those opportunities where I think we can make this much more clear. So we will take that point away on it. There's no problem there. Is just in regards to that, in terms of clarity, is there something beyond just modifications in terms of text, or is there anything more you're seeking?
Was one of the key points, and it is relevant to Dacorum Borough, is in the St Albans plan, and I think we actually talked about this on the strategic day when you were there as well, perhaps. There was a theme around the oversupply that was occurring from Maylands was somehow contributing to wider Southwest Herts authorities, I think it said. And actually what I think they transpired to say was actually no, it's helping Dacorum and meeting Dacorum's needs. And so again, that's why I think take this away out of session and probably even speak to them and just make sure, because obviously they'll be there in a sort of slightly further along the process, aren't they, of sort of drafting main modifications. They've got a couple of papers out for consultation, I think. Is just make sure the two marry up. You don't want to get in a situation where your main mods say different things. I'm pretty sure we directed them there. It wasn't about wider South West Herts needs, it was about your needs. And that's what Mayland's doing. It's clearly an expansion of Hemel Hempstead. You know, you've got the boundaries drawn as they are. But, you know, in terms of, sort of simple geography, it's meeting your needs. And I think there was a modification. Okay, let's go back and check the notes, but I think we talked about, we either talked about half of the site or maybe even we talked about a value, but there was certainly more direction given on, okay, 53 hectares, what, where, how, when is meeting your needs, and they took that away. So,
Yeah, we'll take that away. Thank you.
And I think I'm right in saying there was also something on, was it not Radler, the strategic rail freight interchange, and how that played into where or to whose needs that was contributing as well. So, I mean, you've got that point. The thing I was going to say, and sort of Mr. Birkinshaw has effectively skipped to the end, is that if I was looking through the 2024 study, and it seems to be, it takes, and this is just reiterating the point, it seems to be it takes account of commitments and allocations. And that's a bit of a, well, I can understand why that's done, but as I understand it, H3 was seen as a commitment as well as an allocation in that study, and I think that's reflected in the plan. So it would just be to clearly articulate what is that requirement and how that's going to be met, rather than something that blends the two. And it's very hard, and I take the points you made about flexibility, it's very hard to see exactly which bit is a commitment versus need. And that's really important because, you know, we've all been in inquiries when the sole issue is, well, what is the need? And so it's a point of effectiveness. Okay, I think that point's landed. Now, I suppose, are we coming on to general, you know, general employment areas? We probably are. Just checking my notes to see if there's anything. No, there was one more point, if I may, and I'm potentially looking slightly to the side of you. If you could just talk me through, so I was looking through the economic study, which, as you say, is principally functional economic market area based, and it has different scenarios, and we're talking tables 9.1, 9.2, I think around then. The preferred scenario that it comes out with, and I've made a note, is the net absorption trend based scenario. Can you just talk me through why that is the preferred scenario from your perspective? And I'm presuming it is taking forward that study, just so I'm absolutely clear about what that does. As I understand it, that is not simply sort of forecasting what's happened in the past, recognizing that there has been significant, particularly logistics development in Dacorum. As I understand it, it's not looking at population drivers, but it's some sort of hybrid of the two in terms of looking at what's realistic, what's proportionate approach. But I just wanted to understand in terms of how you've gone about establishing the sort of the requirement side, if you like, and how that has then fed into engagements that Mr. Birkinshaw raised about St. Albans. Just so I'm absolutely clear of the methodology and what you're saying in terms of how those needs have been established. That would be really helpful for me.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Chapter 6 in that 2024 study looks at a range of scenarios for potential employment growth in South West Herts and the implications for the demand for employment floor space and employment land. And the conclusions reached were not quite the same for offices on the one hand and for industrial storage and distribution on the other. So for the offices, that was based on net absorption, which essentially really is looking on an annual basis what space is taken up and comparing with the losses and seeing the net change and projecting that forward. And within that, there were two different approaches. One was for a continued loss in floor space up until this year, and the other was the immediate recovery post-COVID, where floor space starts to increase again from 2024. So that was for offices. For industrial storage and distribution, the consultants concluded that there had been some suppressed demand in recent years. There wasn't sufficient land to meet the full demand. Therefore, their recommendation was the net absorption scenario plus an element on top of that to try and overcome this suppressed demand issue.
That's very helpful, thank you. And in terms of what that study says, and in terms of the amount of employment land that the plan would enable, or the engagements with St Albans would enable the Hemel Garden communities, are you satisfied that the two marry up?
Yes, I mean, I heard what you were saying earlier on, which sounded as though there was a bit of a uncertainty whether the East Hemel Central site was classed as a commitment or something on top of that. I mean, I can't give you chapter and verse offhand, but I'm sure there's no double counting there.
Thank you. That it was just a point of clarity there about. So I think, where am I? I think what I was referring to there is actually plan paragraph 4.2. Which, what bullet are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bullets 5 and 6. So Southwest Hearts already has a substantial supply. Two major strategic sites in St Albans, namely the East Hemel Hempstead Central site and the Radlett Strategic Trade Interchange. So my slight concern there, and it is, I suppose, a point to reflect on, but I don't want to labour the point because I think you've got the message, that those aren't supply, are they? And just being brutally honest, those are what the plans, plural, seek to do to meet demand. Because the first one, I think, is site H3, which is to the east of Maitlands, and the second one is Radlett, which is by Radlett, which neither of which are yet to be commitments. Those are both allocations in the respective plans. So that was just clarifying that point. Thank you. Okay, yeah, and so I think that point's landed. Maybe if we come on to general employment areas, and probably this is where Mr. Mills comes in, and we've that's a helpful explanation in terms of net absorption on officers, and we've heard that there is no predicted need over the plan period for additional office spaces. We then, though, have general employment areas, which are under strategic policy E1. Those remain the focus for future employment needs up to 2041, in principle supportive in those areas. I think, if I'm right in summarising it, Mr. Mills, your position is that there are these, if you like, policy areas that protect against loss. Given the absence of need, they're too strict, in essence, or that there should be some flexibility with a particular angle to allow for redevelopment. Do you want to set out your position, just to see if I've understood that correctly, and then we'll get the council's comments?
Thank you, sir. And yes, as you say, I think, hopefully it's common ground between us and the council that the evidence indicates there's no need for office, and indeed, as we've heard, the sort of core office market areas are Watford and St Albans, and it's helpful that we had the discussion of the fact that Watford have agreed to play their role in terms of meeting that office need within that core market area. So on a sort of strategic level, I think, it's agreed that the evidence indicates there's no need for office over the plan period or indeed beyond, and that Dacorum doesn't include those core market and for office. And therefore, in our view, there's no justification in terms of the evidence for safeguarding general employment areas solely for office. I think then, so if it would be helpful just to sort of focus in a bit more on the Doolittle Meadows GEA, which is our specific concern.
Yeah, and this is one that's, so I'm just being clear. So we don't go to emission sites, i.e. this site should be included, but I know you're not making that point. What you're referring to is general employment area, Doolittle Meadows, which is on page 57, and the sort of provisions there, the justification for what provisions are there. So yes, Mr. Mills, go for it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, and as I say, given it's sort of baked into policy E1 and the sort of acceptable uses listed for Doolittle Meadows in particular, which is identified as the only GEA solely reserved for office only. And, I appreciate, the history and where the council might have been coming from in terms of this GEA historically being, a fairly successful office location. But I think if you, look at what's been happening since COVID pandemic, since the market has changed and the evidence that's been produced in the 2024 study, as we referenced in our hearing statement, obviously there's a network house site within the GEA, which was approved by the council in 2024. There was an application approved to significantly reduce the office content, and the council accepted in that case that there was a lack of demand for office. This location was suitable for alternative uses, including residential and a care home. And there's a current application at the moment yet to be determined, which then removes office entirely from that part of the site. And reading the council's hearing statement, I believe they're now, in response to that, proposing to take that element out of the GEA entirely to reflect that. But our client's particular interest is Medside House, which is absolutely one. The network house site was absolutely two. But our client site is a large floor plate office built in the 1990s with a single occupier being the county council. Although it has been sort of fully occupied as a result of that single tenancy, it's a large floor plate office for which there is no demand in the current market or projected into the future. Once that tenancy ends, there'll be significant investment needed to bring that up to a lettable standard in terms of EPC, in terms of CoStar rating, and in terms of general market attractiveness. And I think the evidence, the 2024 study in particular, highlights that the focus is more on the need for smaller office rather than those large floor plate buildings. So again, sort of significant costs to bring it back to market when it becomes vacant. And given the market conditions and lack of need, then our client feels there's no sort of market justification or to actually invest and spend a significant amount to then essentially create a building which they wouldn't be able to let in any event and wouldn't be viable to bring that back as an office accommodation. So, I appreciate the evidence and the council referred to in the hearing statement, the fact that it is, fully let at the moment, but that will, end in a few years, and then we've got a significant viability situation in terms of office. Also, just to clarify a point, which I think I saw in the council's statement about the county council were potentially in discussions to buy that site. There were some discussions at the end of 2024.
Sorry, just slow down there. Which site are you talking about now?
Right, our client's site, so that was the Meadowside House. Apologies. So just to clarify, there were some discussions with the county council about purchase of the site, but ultimately those didn't progress at the end of 2024, and the only expressions of interest have been for non-office uses since that date. So our concern in terms of the wording of the policy and the soundness is really that the evidence indicates there's no demand for office, and when the tenancy ends and our client's in a situation where they need to bring this site forward for, and think about the future, this policy will be unduly restrictive. And I appreciate them if we, policy E4 does deal with that sort of stage scenario, and I appreciate the council have, taken a sort of flexible view on alternative uses when the evidence is provided at the application stage. But our concern on that in terms of soundness is very much that, well, if the evidence is suggesting that there's no justification for retaining a specific employment use in the first place, then it feels onerous and unjustified to have to go through that process at development management stage.
I see, and thank you for touching on E4. I mean, in terms of Mr. Birkinshaw, whose finger is on the buzzer, I think it goes back to the point to some extent I was making, as in, it seems like to me the economic study, the 2024 study, has looked at both components of existing supply and need. I'm not entirely sure how that relates, for example, to existing officers, how those were counted as part of those processes. But you've also mentioned E4, which we did want to come on to, which governs loss of employment, retail, and other main town centre uses. And there are some questions about how the two interact. But Mr. Birkinshaw, did you want to come in at this point?
Yeah, we'll come on to the policy and how that works in sort of real world scenarios that you're talking about. But just two questions then. So, in terms of the council's evidence, is that not looking at future requirements? So it's saying that there's no need over the course of the plan period for additional office floor space. So it wasn't an exercise of looking at what we've got and what we could release, was it?
No, that's correct, sir. But I think my understanding is that the evidence is indicating a negative need for office, essentially as an oversupply, and there is a recommendation within the 2024 study about the local authorities should consider whether they sort of consolidate what they do as existing office space and whether that's more focused towards the core office market areas.
And this is, we're talking about a site here that you said it's currently leased. I mean, you talked a lot about, well, in the future, it wouldn't be viable, etc. And so this is a premises that is currently leased. There's currently an occupier in there.
That's correct, sir, yes. But if we're talking about the wider general employment area as well, because there's an element to the east of our clients' land as well, and we mentioned in our hearing statement that is a fairly sort of significant vacancy within that unit as well.
Okay, so just question for sort of the council then, in terms of these designations then, so designated general employment areas, what have you done in terms of the plans preparation to then go and look at these designations and determine whether or not they're justified for inclusion in the local plan of use? So have you been and you've looked at them, have you looked around them, have you sort of engaged with landowners and taken into account vacancy rates and the evidence, etc.?
Thank you, sirs. So we might be straying within the issue 2 point and question 1, which is our response to the evidence for safeguarding general employment areas. Just note that for the moment, and I can come into that shortly, but I think there's just a couple of points probably ahead of that, if I may. I think when it comes to sites, I think we have to think about sites for allocation or what reallocation, and we do have to be very, very careful in that context of, well, what sites are being promoted at what time. There's a lot of employment land and existing employment land, a lot of existing building stock and everything else, across the borough, principally at Maylands, and the need to probably go through anything that's not specifically promoted to us. It can be a challenge in terms of the level of work and evidence required. And perhaps, in my opinion, I would say it's disproportionate to look at everything, particularly where it is that. I think a second point is our evidence and ourselves would recognise in wider discussions the brownfield point. On the point of when land becomes brownfield is when it's becoming actively promoted for maybe an alternative use. And our strategy is generally flexible on that, but it is important to note that it doesn't tend to wait for a local plan in these locations. And as you will have seen and heard, there is other applications on land nearby that have been come forward and being considered by the council, which is reflective of the current situation. So in terms of our strategy, it's very hard for us to respond in detail. A, I don't think this site was ever promoted through a call for sites or through any kind of previous regulation 18 as you please consider this site for another use. I think it has come in through the regulation 19 in light of the evidence, and it's been carried through to today. So it is an important factor about how much we're expected to look at every bit of potential brownfield land, existing employment land, where there might be demand for other uses, when they're not being actively speaking with us for periods of time on that. And there are examples where we have seen that. I'll reference, I think, Sarah Business Park is within one of those, and in Berkhamsted, where part of that site they do want to bring forward for an alternative use, and the council has practically de-designated it as a GEA, recognizing it is bulky goods retail, doesn't serve a real strategic purpose or role in terms of employment provision and needs. And with that, we have looked to amend the boundary to exclude that land, to say it's no longer GEA. Our evidence doesn't justify it. But when it comes to, back to your point, on the evidence for safeguarding, and probably with a focus on this site, if I may, just for context. We've had evidence over the years, and we've referred to the 2024 study, and throughout our studies over the years, a particular kind of consistency point keeps popping up, and I'll just put this in context. So our existing employment land availability study, prepared by Peter Brett Associates, I think, in October 2017, that's SSA 05.1, SSA 05.2. It recognizes at that time, 2017, office accommodation in Apsley is modern purpose-built stock. Occupiers are attracted to Apsley due to access to the rail station, public transport links, quality of environment, access to good quality stations, and availability of amenity. And that at that time, in 2017, when we started the plan, office development may be viable in Apsley, but there is little or no land available. And that's paragraph 7.2 of that study. And if its recommendations in Appendix C, as site E27, said that Doolittle Meadows GEA should be safeguarded for its existing employment use. That's 2017. And then we roll on to the next study, which is South West Hearts study 2019. So we're not quite in 2024 yet. That's ECN 04.1. It makes reference at paragraph 5.8 and 581. It says locations in Dacorum with access to a rail station, example Apsley, Kings Langley, have had more success in attracting high-value offices. Future growth is likely to depend on identifying sites which offer good access to rail stations. And there's more considerations in there as well. I'll just give you the references, paragraph 6.6, 6.26, and then paragraphs 10.12, 10.14 talks about public transport access and connections to London are key to high-value office investors. So in terms of evidence, probably at the more macro scale right now on certain points, but then we come to the most recent study, the 2024 study, which we've been looking at and talking about. And just a couple of extracts to note on that. An important one relating to the site, Appendix H, page 73 of that, ECN 03.1, does consider sites. And with regards to Doolittle Meadows GEA, its recommendation, and the recommendation of our consultants preparing that study, saying it should be retained, noting this is an attractive office location with high quality and well-occupied stock. Consider extensions onto land to the south in the longer term. And that is page 73 of that appendix. Earlier in the study, paragraph 6.102, 102, I'm just going to a short extract on it, I think. It does also, again, make note, obviously notwithstanding the kind of nature of where we stand with offices, they say this is, the demand in the future is most likely to be in the main office markets of Central Watford and St Albans. However, there may also be scope for speculative development around railway stations with fast connections to London. And I think spatially this site has always been that part of that narrative. This site is well related to Apsley Station. It is our only site, as being clearly set out, allocated for offices. And I think there's an important point here that for evidence consistently over the years has been talking about the attractiveness or the potential attractiveness of such land in the future for office space and recommending this site should be retained. I think our evidence firstly is kind of pointing to us, our recommendation saying it should be included as a GA and retained. Now that's not to say that we need to be flexible, because the framework, particularly chapter 11 of the framework, talks about, you know, we need to be subject to the most up-to-date evidence and plans need to be flexible. And paragraph 126 of the framework is important on that one. And that relates to, you know, where local planning authority considers there to be no reasonable prospect of an application coming forward for the use allocated in a plan, then there sets out requirements, and our plan seeks to be consistent with that. So we've recognized that, yes, there may be changing circumstances, and our plan, when read as a whole, and the policies within this chapter, allow for flexibility and allow for those checks. The important point we've got here is there needs to be checks, because our evidence is pointing a lot towards the fact that there may be demand in the future, and if there is demand for office space, should we be just saying that the one and only site close to our net railway stations, which is for offices as existing, should just automatically be given up? And from our perspective, I don't think that's proportionally consistent with the NPPF. What we are saying is that it should be safeguarded, it should be retained as a GEA, but there should be checks in place. The reasonable prospect test needs to be demonstrated. So understand the points, but I think taking the points in the realm is currently occupied. But I do think we need to be kind of at least ensuring and holding, you know, applicants to account about how they look to bring forward the land. And probably a final point too is we may not have strayed too much into it, but just taking account of the statements received. I think the request for this site is a little, in terms of what modifications are to be made. I personally am a little bit concerned about the multifaceted nature of the request. They said it might be good for light industrial, it may be good for other uses, such as housing as well. But I think if you're looking to allocate it for a wide range of uses, including housing, there probably isn't much need to allocating anything at all, given the massive flexibility being sought. So in my opinion, there's a point of effectiveness there that's being sought by the request also, that I struggle to kind of see how that could be resolved. And a very, very final point, if I may, is we're very, very clear, I think, that there's some unpredictability, and we've looked at different scenarios. And I think some of our evidence looking forward talks about South West Herts as a whole. You know, there is a potential forecast to increase, you know, office floor space as a whole across the South West Hertfordshire from 2026 in line with the long-term average pre-COVID. And that's set out in paragraph 6.76 to 6.84 of ECNO 3.1. Now that's talking probably principally again about Watford and St. Albans. And likely there is demand coming, but the focus will be in those locations. But by extension of that, if it's not in those locations and you're looking at us today saying, where should it go? I'd be saying it should be based on evidence close to the railway stations. So I'll leave that there. In terms of the initial point, you know, the evidence, I think ECNO 3.1 does consider GEAs and does review GEAs. Its recommendation for this site is it should be retained. There is evidence, our evidence is saying we should be looking at, you know, strategically near close to our train stations when it comes to office demand. This is an existing site allocated for office use. We're nervous about it being lost to anything else, but notwithstanding that, you know, we do have to take it in the context of the evidence and the market as it emerges. Thank you.
Can we just take this geographically in a rare move? So if we're looking by Apsley, if we're centred on the rail station, we have to the southwest of it, we have allocation HM11, which we talked about. To the north of it, we have HM10, which is Apsley Mills Retail Park, which is housing around 500 homes, Class E and F1. Was that ever a general employment area?
I don't believe that it was. I believe that was something that came out as part of the general kind of retail offer and provision at the time. So that came forward and developed as a retail park in the 1990s. Before that, it would have been a lot of probably dated industrial. And indeed, a lot of this area was quite dated industrial, and a lot of the homes to the north of the canal would have formed part of probably, it would have been quite a large scale brownfield regeneration project led by the council. Everything along that Bellswains Lane, if you were looking at that. South of the Bellswains Lane, right down to the edge of the settlement to the southeast, would have been all part of a phased regeneration project.
Sorry, if I were being hypercritical, so we've talked about the allocation at the retail park. Then we have some other land uses. We have the county council. We have the site Mr. Mills is interested in after that. And then we have the Red Lion, which we talked about previously in terms of the green belt. So I'm slightly struggling if directly by Apsley rail station is the council's position that it's okay to redevelop the retail park, but slightly further away, it's not okay to redevelop office space. You just, sorry, I'm not phrasing this entirely well, but can you just talk me through why that's the case?
When it comes to this office stock, I think it's about evidence, and I think it's about the evidence, and without going back on those grounds, the evidence and the recommendations of our consultants have demonstrated, or suggestion their recommendations are that should be safeguarded. And that is on the basis that it is existing quality stock, and the statements set out that work has been done to refurbish that in 2020, and we recognise that, looking forward, there may be challenges with, bringing it up to the, the highest standards, and we understand that. But the evidence at the same time is saying that is acceptable. I think when it comes to the retail, obviously retail needs is something we'll touch upon hopefully in a short while also, and the loss of retail there, it's evidence as well through separate needs, retail needs on that. I think we do recognise the loss of retail there, is a challenge, but it's got to be taken in the context of when you look at wider Apsley, there are 2 other retail parks or retail, big and bulky retail in Apsley to the northwest of this location. One of them is quite close to the main junction with Two Waters, right at the very top end, along the main entrance, highway entrance to Hemel from the A41. And then there's a secondary retail park on the other side of Sainsbury's, which has got Dunelm and Wicks and another industrial. Yeah, Wicks. So we've got 3 retail parks in Apsley, in essence. And going forward, and given the prevailing nature and uncertainties and planning for 10 years, our view is that it's likely that we might need to rationalise and consolidate and focus that provision towards 2 rather than 3. But looking at the opportunities of that retail park, what it can deliver, I think indeed one of the local councillors last week mentioned that it was quite a good focal point, that Sainsbury's, and they should be looking at, maximise the number of facilities in that location. When it comes to this land, it is always existing, as I said, it's office, and I think the distinction there is the separate evidence on that and how we've considered sites. We often get challenged, as indeed you're here to challenge us also, about, we get challenged by local communities about where the job's going. How are we going to sustainably deliver communities? The benefit here is we do have a train station, and we do have those links to Watford and to London as well when it comes to certain things such as office. And Hemel can deliver other benefits to through the Maylands expansion. But the strategy itself is not saying no to the loss of such. It's saying that we just need to be flexible, and we want to ensure that we are not whimsically giving up on possibly some of our prime office location. That's contrary to our evidence, because I think that would set a very dangerous precedent for every other parcel of employment land in the borough.
Okay, and presumably, just 2 points of clarity before I come to you, Mr. Mills. Presumably, if Mr. Mills in time, and Mr. Birkinshaw has clarified the sort of current state of that site, presumably if in time Mr. Mills or whoever is instructed him wanted to make the case that they should be able to redevelop, policy E4 would apply. So therefore you would have some ability to make the case, as you say, that it's not viable and the like. So I just want to clarify the interaction of those two. There are some points I want to come on to in terms of strategic policy E1 and how that's drafted. These are more in terms of effectiveness points from as we see it. Just one point to flag up that I've noticed from based on what Mr. Mills has said. Obviously, we have the GEA, the acceptable uses, and the requirements, and they're all tabulated under Table A. I have got some general comments about those, but what I've seen is that if we look on the planning requirements, some use the phrase changes of use will be to housing will be resisted. So that happens Whiteleaf Road, Doolittle Meadows, North Bridge Road, River Park, Icknield Way, and Bourne End, but it doesn't happen everywhere. So those are the only instances I can see. So there's just something for the council to reflect on, I think, first off, in terms of consistency. As in, well, if that is the case in one instance, I know there are Article 4 directions, removing permitted development rights. Why is that not the case in all instances, and whether there is a kind of rationale for that difference? But I'll leave that with you to have a bit of think in the background. Mr. Mills, let's hear from you, and then we'll come on to some of the wording of E1. Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, sir. And appreciate Mr. Layden's response and talking us through that. And I think he rightly refers to the evidence. I think just to clarify a point, if I may, sir, in terms of Mr. Layden referred to potential for need for office in the future. And if we turn to the 2024 study, and 6.77 refers to the immediate recovery scenario being unlikely, and the structural adjustments in the office market and that taking significant time to rebalance and recover. And then if we turn to table 6.23, then essentially, as I understand it, the consultants are saying delayed recovery is the most likely scenario, and that up to the period of 2041 refers to a negative need, essentially an oversupply of office. So I think, in terms of the planned period, I think the evidence is clearly stating there's no need for office, and indeed there's an oversupply, which comes back to that point that Mr. Birkinshaw raised in terms of there being, essentially there is that oversupply within the market, and that then leads to recommendations of the report in terms of authorities considering their existing stock. So that's the sort of overall picture on the need. In terms of this point about the railway station, and Mr. Layden helpfully took us through the history of the evidence, in particular in the assessment that's been done of this site alongside others. And obviously the 2017, the 2019 studies were before that structural change in the office market pre-pandemic. There's then been a further assessment, brief assessment in the 2024 study, which obviously sort of builds on that previous evidence. I'm not sure to what extent the consultants went out and viewed the sites, but certainly I'm not aware that we were engaged in that process. I appreciate the difficulty that if we don't make the representations at Reg 18 stage or the call for sites, that was a sort of timing issue on the part of our client in terms of when this, the lease is up, etc. So I appreciate the council's difficulties, but specifically in relation to the site, yes, it is located near a railway station, and that's one potential factor that you would consider in terms of attractiveness of office at a particular location. But if we turn to paragraph 6.106 of the 2024, study, and the talk about flexible office space, which is where the consultants identify the future demand being in terms of that smaller flexible office space, then it does talk about good transport links, but also proximity to amenities and high population and business densities, which I think then refers more to Watford and St Albans, and I would suggest town centre locations more so than Apsley. So I think that's one factor, and equally the access to the railway station could be equally sustainable for alternative uses, whether that be industrial, whether that be residential. So I think we shouldn't hang too much purely on the rail link for office, particularly given that wider piece about the oversupply of office. And I appreciate Dacorum's perspective in terms of they would like to retain an element of market share of offices, but I think the evidence is clearly it considers the FEMA as a whole, and we've got to consider the market as a whole, and within that market the demand is more elsewhere. And that point about as you right said, so about the retail parks, and equally as I mentioned, the council have approved the redevelopment of the site just next door to our clients within the Doolittle Meadows GEA, and the council therefore clearly supported the loss of office within this supposedly core office location for the council. So
that's a really important point, and I suppose my challenge to you, given that Mr. Layden described us as challenging the council, I would like to see what we're doing is constructively challenging everyone. But my challenge to you is, the points you just made at such a point as, say, your site becomes vacant. Policy E4, so you presumably, in terms of the no reasonable prospect of the site being used for its current or allocated use, a number of things might theoretically factor into that, as you've said, in terms of what the general need is, the intentions of whoever owns the site, equally sustainable alternative uses you make. I'm just thinking, are those not arguments you could readily make at some point, should you wish, sorry, not should you wish, should your client wish, in terms of policy E4? So I'm struggling, I have to say, slightly with the issue with identifying an appropriate level of protection, if there is that ability to make exactly the arguments that you've made in terms of a planning application. So can you talk me through your perspective on that, Mr. Mills?
Thank you, sir. That was helpful to understand your thoughts on that. And I think if we come back to the framework and the fact that you shouldn't be allocating sites that have no reasonable prospect of coming forward, I'll just sort of leave that in our minds. But I think with regards to policy E4, I see obviously there's that sort of cascade mechanism and that sort of process to go through. I think our view is that is quite onerous and unduly so in this situation, just given the requirement for marketing. Then you look at essentially making that case at the development management stage, and if no reasonable prospects exist, then considering a mixed use scenario in the first instance, and then how a scheme might generate new employment. And I think whilst I appreciate where the council's coming from, and as to be fair to them, they have been flexible in terms of development management stage in the past. I think principally it's a point of principle that if the evidence doesn't support allocation, restriction to a specific use, and we're not arguing that it shouldn't be a GEA and there should be some form of flexibility within that. It is just the office use solely, which is our significant concern, that creates an additional burden at and uncertainty at the development management stage, and it leaves it to that development management stage to make that case.
Can I just ask? I was just saying to your Reg 19 rest. So your client's land ownership, then, just talk us through what that is and what it does and doesn't include within the context of this general employment area designation.
Certainly, sir. So our client's interest is the building which is currently occupied by Hertfordshire County Council. So it's Meadowside House, also known as Apsley 1. So if you look at the Doolittle Meadows as a whole, it's kind of to the left of the main roundabout. And then we have a separate ownership network house, which I mentioned the application on, just to the west of that. And then the remainder of the GEA is to the east, west side Apsley building, which I mentioned in terms of the sort of vacancy earlier on.
So I'm sort of directing it. This question is on both directions. So the land to the, where it says at the sort of southeast then of the Hertfordshire County Council building. What's that currently used for?
As I understand this, that is currently office.
So that's not occupied offices.
Yeah, albeit with vacancy, but essentially it is an office building.
I think the difficulty that Ms. Bristow and I have here with your argument is that you're trying to say that this area-based policy is unjustified and should be deleted or modified in a way, and essentially you're presenting a situation where the council has articulated very strongly why they think that this is a justified office land use designation. We accept that the evidence points to potentially a lack of future demand at a very high level. But here we've got a specific case of, as Mr. Layden pointed out, a site, effectively within the urban area next to a train station, where there are existing office buildings with existing tenants in those buildings. I think if you were here presenting a case of, look, we've got this site, there's vacancies, we've been trying our best to let these, nobody's interested, I think Mr. Bristow and I would probably take a bit, I think would take a bit more sympathy with that approach. I think where we're struggling is that's not the situation. And I know it's fine for you to say, well, the county council, they might not renew their lease and this might happen and that might happen in the future. That's not the situation now. I think that's where we struggle with sort of turning around to council and saying, yes, you should delete or remove this. And as Mr. Bristow said, you do have the benefit of policy E4, which we can come on to talk about in a bit more detail. But at a high level, I think, being open and honest, I think that's probably why we're thinking, going with this one. There just isn't anything before us to say that building should be removed from this land use designation. It's an existing office in a location the council has sort of almost prioritised for these uses that's in an active office use.
Thank you, sir. If I may, yeah, I appreciate the sort of concern on that, but I think the reality is that whilst it is occupied, as you say, and whilst it is a few years left on the lease, the fact that this plan will run over a significant period of time, and we've got that restriction purely for office is our concern in terms of that soundness point. And whilst
this is a plan that will be reviewed after 5 years. It may well be reviewed before then. We don't know. Of course, talk about that. But I think if you were in a situation, vacant office would be really trying hard to let this. There just isn't the demand, and we're trying to reuse, accessible brownfield sites. Then, I'm certainly not saying what the council would or wouldn't do in the future. That's for the council. But I just think in the here and now, I think we're really struggling with the argument that it should be removed from the designation.
Understood. And if I may, just in terms of what we're seeking in terms of modifications, not necessarily deleting this site as a GEA or from the proposals, but it's more seeking that additional flexibility for alternative uses alongside office.
It does. But before we go to, thank you for that, but before we go to E4, anything the council wants to say, following on from what we've just heard? If not, we'll move on to a few comments I think I probably have, and maybe of interest to others as well, in terms of policy E1.
Yes, I'd just like to make a few points. Firstly, we have been losing office floor space at a very rapid rate. So between 2021 and 2025, we had a net loss of 19,500 square metres of space. And at April 25, we had planning permissions, and plus 1 or 2 permissions since then. We had planning permission for a further net loss of 25,200 square metres. And we've got current planning applications before us for a further net loss of 11,700 square metres. So that gives a total, if the current applications are approved, of a completed and committed loss since 2021, which is the start of the period looked at in the 2024 study when they assessed needs. We've had a total net loss of 56,400 square metres. And if you apply standard density assumptions, that's equivalent to, that's enough space for about 4,400 office workers. So it's a very substantial loss, and it's a far greater loss, far faster rate of loss than expected in the 2024 economic study. So whilst the 24 study was talking about an oversupply, we've already either lost or have proposals for a greater loss than was expected. So, well, and the way our policy works, we're still losing offices to a smaller extent through prior approval schemes and from sites outside the general employment areas. So we will probably carry on losing net office space. I've got a big concern that if we're losing a site like Doolittle Meadows, which is, I think, our best located office site, we could quite easily, later in the planned period, have a serious shortage of space. And I think we shouldn't give too much weight to short-term fluctuations in the office market. We've seen the evidence-based studies saying that this is a good site and there may be demand in the future. We recognise that at the moment the office market is weak, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay that. And with the economic study, even with a delayed recovery scenario, the need for office floor space in South West Herts starts to increase again from this year. So it could well be that we will be on an upward trend. Just very quickly, also that Hemel Hempstead Town Centre, there's been a very large loss of office floor space in recent years. So the town centre's role as an office centre has to a large extent disappeared. And the evidence-based studies have really been saying there isn't demand for new offices in the town centre. And the main reason is it's too far from the railway stations, unlike Doolittle Meadows, which is very close. And another point is that the 22 Planning Commission, the planning application in 2022 to redevelop the Network House site on Doolittle Meadows, immediately next to Meadowside House. That planning permission was mainly for housing, but included over 3,000 square metres of offices. So it was clear quite recently, and this is since COVID changed the market, we still had an application for a new office block of 3,000 square metres at Doolittle Meadows, and that's the only application we've had for substantial new offices in the whole borough in recent years. And I appreciate the present application we've got before us has got no offices, which shows there has been perhaps a bit of a change in the market since 2022, but it still shows that there was a perceived viable case to build a new office block on that site since COVID. So finally, Mr. Mills said we shouldn't protect a site where there's no reasonable prospect of offices coming forward. Well, this site's already in office use. There's no certainty it will become vacant. I think given the points that I've made, I think it's not correct to say there's no reasonable prospect of continued office use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. And I think what that also reinforces in my mind is that there definitely needs to be more clarity in the plan as to what the approach to officers is. Because, you know, just hearing there, total loss since 2021 of 56,000 square meters of offices, no predicted future need over the plan period in the economic study. I think for everyone, including Mr. Mills, for yourselves, to have that ability to actually point to the plan and go, okay, well, based on these inputs, there was no future need established over the plan period, and therefore the strategy seeks to preserve what we have with appropriate flexibility, so that you know you can gauge what is being lost and what is being gained, or else this debate will rumble, really. So it's just, I think you've got that point. With that said, can we come on to a few points on E1, and then I'll probably take a break. And now for something completely different. In terms of general employment areas, I just want to clarify, some are in the green belt, are they not? Bourne End, Bovingdon, which is Ley Hill Road. So first question, which ones are in the green belt? And second question, are those simply carrying forward previous allocations, or are they different?
Thank you, sirs. So there's, you'll see at the end of the table, there's two there, as you correctly identified, Bourne End and Ley Hill Road, Bovingdon. They are existing employment sites that are being carried forward. And then we also, just to be clear as well, Bovingdon Airfield, although not in that list, it serves a slightly different purpose and function as for film studios as well. That is located in the Greenbelt. Now, Bourne End, there was some land promoted for new employment there. We've chosen not to do that. I feel that A, based on the evidence, B, the fact that we're already allocating land at Tring, which is on the same A41 corridor. Bovingdon, that's the brickworks, isn't it? So that's the brickwork site, and that had a permission in recent years for an expansion of that existing employment site. So what we have sought to do through this plan is just amend the boundary to reflect that permission and what has come forward on that. So that's all, I think that's all taken into account. I think with our evidence, I understand our evidence has assessed some of those other kind of the existing GEAs as well as some of the additional land at those locations also. So yeah, 3 sites in total. 2 of them are existing, and then there's Bovingdon Airfield, which, as I said, is not a traditional GEA insofar as it's serving film and TV production.
Yeah, we'll come on to that. So what I'm hearing is both Bourne End and Ley Hill Road were probably in old money under PPS2 major developed sites in the Greenbelt. Is that right?
Yeah, they were classed both as major development sites in the Greenbelt, and also at the time they had a separate policy from the other general employment areas. They were classed as general employment areas in the Greenbelt.
Thank you. And those 2, Bourne End and Ley Hill, have been taken forward and incorporated into this plan. In the case of Bourne End, the boundaries are the same. No, in the case of Ley Hill, the council has reflected where there's been a subsequent permission. Is that right?
That's correct. I probably should have clarified something in regards to Bourne End. There was part of that site was lost to housing, and that housing has been completed on that site. So we've actually reduced the extent of that GH, just the area that's now employment land.
Sorry, I think I'm right in saying that site's been missed off the policies map, and obviously it should be on there with the proposed new boundary.
Okay, well, I mean, from our perspective, and we talked about, well, we're going to come on to whether there's a Greenbelt policy in general, but I mean, maybe this illustrates one instance where it's clear, are they washed over, are they inset, etc. Now, I'll leave that point lying, but in terms of, yes, representation on the policies map, absolutely. And from our perspective, where things have changed on the ground, where something has had an extension, where something has had a reduction, and it's logical to reflect those in a boundary. I can't think that we would say anything about that, really. Can you just very quickly, Bovingdon Airfield, now I know that's not a GEA, that's not a general employment area, but it is something where there is some support for Bovingdon studios. How is that treated in terms of the Greenbelt?
Thank you, sir. It's and always has been washed over by the Greenbelt. There's been a lot of activity in this sector and on this site in recent years. I won't draw too much upon some of the extents, but ITV do have a number of their Saturday night entertainment live slots, or I think Dancing and Ice or some of these other ones are filmed there, and there's some other kind of wider film productions with regards to big ticket productions, but it has always been considered, it falls in a very similar ilk in this neck of the woods as being film TV productions that tend to be within the Greenbelt. And there's a few of them in the wider Southwest Hearts area. But we've always kind of worked proactively with them, and in the context that, whatever applications do come forward, we do kind of consider it consistently in line with Greenbelt, the very special circumstances case where appropriate. There was, I think, an application for that a couple of years, 2 or 3 years ago, that really sought to probably, I think, rationalise a lot of the facilities on the site as a bit of a one-off kind of let's look a bit more holistically rather than piecemeal towards development this side, and that was granted by the council. So we've mulled upon the potential to release it. It is a little bit separate from the existing settlement, and the prison is located in between. So there is a prison between Bovingdon Airfield and the existing built-up area of Bovingdon. And as I said, we've mulled upon the benefits and merits of amending the Greenbelt in that boundary. It's a slight challenging one, given that I think we've already kind of approved what they want, to then say, is there any exceptional circumstances now to look at making revisions or excluding that land?
Yes, and I think, I mean, I haven't seen a representation on behalf of them. Well, certainly not a hearing statement. It was just to understand how that falls, and I'm reading between the lines, Mr. Layden, and presumably, therefore, the approach in the plan strikes the appropriate balance between protecting the Greenbelt and supporting Bovingdon Studios without releasing it from the Greenbelt. Okay, thank you. If we just look. So we'll break it, I suppose, in a minute. I said one point in terms of strategic policy E1, which is about the consistency of sort of changes of use will be resisted. But just hold that thought for a minute. If we look at it, and then I'm coming in from an effectiveness, a clarity, clear for decision-taking perspective. You've got in criterion 1 the strategy for employment needs. Now, I presume we've been around this, sorry for sounding like a broken record. The strategy for employment needs, I think, needs to be set out clearly in terms of what that is somewhere, in terms of what the needs are. And I was just slightly confused by the strategy will be delivered by the following things, whereas actually what you're saying is probably the strategy features maybe higher up in policy E1 in terms of what you want to achieve, or in SS1, or else it leaves a little bit hanging in terms of, well, what is the strategy? But you've got that point. We've got no particular points on A or B, which are sort of, criterion 1A or B, although we also have policy E4 that we're going to come on to, which talks about release. And we have criterion 1C, which Mr. Wills, if I didn't raise it, he would: safeguarding and where possible, regenerating the general employment areas to meet longer term employment needs. I think for me, it was that to meet longer term employment needs is, I didn't know what that meant in terms of the plan period or in the future. So I would just suggest striking that, because actually the purpose is to safeguard and regenerate, and to some extent through EC4 to allow for release where that's appropriate. But I didn't know what that long-term employment needs meant. D is criterion 1D is a fair enough statement, but that doesn't really, that doesn't do anything for a decision taker, maybe because it's a strategic policy, or maybe that should just be reflected in terms of what is the strategy. And then we've talked about criterion 2, which is to some extent aligned with policy SS1, but being a little bit focused on the details. We've got Tring, which is 5 hectares, but SS1 says 3.6. Okay, not a big difference, but I'll leave that with you. If we've then got something on the general employment areas, which we've looked at. Now, I think criterion 3 and 4 sort of do what they say on the tin in terms of what's acceptable, what is the function. Again, acceptable uses you've got there in criterion 4 versus some locations which say certain things in terms of will be resisted and others don't. But I suppose my main point is, say for example, absolute, we've got light industrial, which used to be use class B1C, didn't it? And now it's use class E, e.g., I've written it somewhere, e.g. point 3, look at that, it's university challenge here, and you're quick on the buzzer there. I'm not sure, I'm just thinking in terms of up-to-dateness with current legislation, are you saying light industrial, which is EG3, or are you saying Class E? And I think that if we don't raise that, irrespective of it being legislation versus policy, someone else will raise it and say, well, what do you mean? Are we in Class E? Or so it's probably just have a reflect on that, and that goes throughout. And sort of going on off our maxim that less is more, I was just looking through all the various criteria and wondered if, in each instance, actually all that needed to be said is the general employment area will be suitably safeguarded for existing uses which prevail there, or something to that extent, rather than going to the level of detail, which we've heard from Mr. Mills. Okay, well, officers at Doolittle Meadows, is that too specific? Whereas actually the purpose of the policy presumably is to provide appropriate safeguards for existing users and encourage similar provision or something like that. So I just think it would be worth reflecting if inadvertently, I understand why you've done what you've done in this policy, but whether you're trying to be too helpful or perhaps too prescriptive, if someone says, oh, wait a second, at Whiteleaf Road, there isn't actually any warehousing, but yet you're looking to protect it. So that would be, I think, a point from me. And I would, if I was being hypercritical, and I'm sorry to say this, because I know a huge amount of work has gone into the plan, but where there are specific requirements like canal side, is that how you pronounce it? Am I pronouncing it right? Canal side, that's it. Enhancement required, or development close to Buntsfield, which is in any event covered by HSE, or small units to be retained. I just think it needs a bit of a think as to the precision of those, where they may be covered by other covered by other policies in general. So I think our direction, and I think Mr. Birkinshaw will say the same, is that where something specific needs to be in there, include it. If it doesn't, and you can phrase it as a principle, that is better in terms of effectiveness and giving a clarity for a decision taker.
So can I just ask for a little clarity on that last point, which, as I understood you to be saying, was governed by the proposition less is more. Is it not enough to say the purpose is to safeguard land in existing use? And then you question whether or not some of the detail was necessary. So I just want us to be clear of what you're asking us to reflect on. Is this some singular sentence that could obviate the need to have any of the detail, or is it something between that and something else?
No, well, my suggestion would be, I think, as brutal as what you just said, one sentence to to obviate the need for that. The reason I'm saying this is because, say, in other examinations I've been in, there's real precision that the plan goes into, and if that precision then founders in reality, if you like. So if, for example, there aren't small and medium-sized units, or a proposal cannot enhance the canal side, it puts you as an authority in a bind. Whereas I would suggest that the purpose of this is to, as Mr. Howell Williams said, is to provide appropriate safeguards for existing uses and for future growth consistent with that, rather than to specify down to the level of particular things in particular locations, because that will cover it in decision taking without binding you inadvertently to something that may cause a problem. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I think we'll reflect on that. Naturally, I think it's that less is more, but also the balance with local and local detail, I think, as well, has to be kind of struck in this instance, and we'll reflect on it. And I think the points, I think we'll think about careful wording and how we can make it more efficient, and but ultimately not undermine. I think my slight caution is when you remove some of the detailed existing uses, a site might have all of these uses, and some of them have all of these, office, industrial. But I'd be nervous that then the function of that park might be lost to a single use over time. And that would be my nervousness just in terms of the effectiveness point, maybe not necessarily the one we've been focusing on this morning, but maybe some of the wider parks in terms of that too. So we'll take the message away about less is more and see what we feel we could achieve.
Absolutely. And I think that's entirely fair. And it's your plan. Ours are just, I suppose, suggestions, if you like, coming from experience of dealing with comparable things. I think that's absolutely right. Do have a think about it. You've got the point. Just one more sticking into the small units point. If there's a threshold for that you want to specify related to market demand that is drawn, say, from the SHMA, it's that evidence-based trail really that we're sort of looking for, rather than just small units, which can be, subject to a lot of vagary. But okay, you've got that point. And I didn't really have any other questions or any points to raise on E1, and you've explained how Bovingdon Airfield fits into that, and there is support there under criterion 4, but obviously tempered by adherence to policies in the plan as a whole, including potentially in relation to Greenbelt. So from my perspective, that's everything I wanted to raise essentially on issue 1 and policy E1, and probably also much of issue 2 in terms of general employment areas and appropriate uses. So I would suggest, unless there are any other points, that we'll have a break and we'll talk about strategic policy E2 when we're back.
Yeah, I think just in summary on E1 is have a bit of a sense check and make sure that the planning requirements are sort of, fundamental requirements essentially. And where I think there's confusion, and we'll come on to this, is its relationship with E4. Does E4 relate to a sort of generic, non-designated, non-allocated employment use that's come forward, a windfall site? Or does it also apply to your general employment areas? But yeah, we'll have a break and we'll come on to that. Yeah.
Let's come back at 12 then. Gives us 15 minutes or so. Yeah. Okay, let's turn back at 12. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let's resume. Unless there are any points of order, I would probably like to take the next part, simply looking through policies E2, E3, E4 in sequence. Okay, thank you. So if we go to E2, delivering the retail and leisure strategy. The principle of new retail and other main town centre uses will be supported proposals located within the following centres as defined on the policies map, and we've got the council's position in terms of how those have been defined. We don't need to go into that. That's very helpful for us. In terms of things that we had spotted, if you like, with the effectiveness of this policy, just one thing to say to the council, table 9, and again I've had this in other inquiries, you've identified, in line with the spatial hierarchy, the centres and the role of the centre. And we have, for example, Hemel Hempstead, main destination for comparison and convenience retail, Berkhamsted and Tring, main convenience and comparison shopping facilities. I would just inject a little note of caution that doesn't inadvertently create a policy test. So I think that's a descriptor of what that function is rather than a direction in terms of decision taking. So just satisfy yourselves that that doesn't create a sort of a strange scenario where only certain things would be appropriate in certain locations. Presumably the issue is where you have identified a town centre, main town centre uses are appropriate in that location. Okay. The only really substantive point I think I had on this policy, E2, was criterion 3. I think criterion 3 reflects case law, but not policy. So we're talking about edge of centre, we're talking about the sequential test, and I don't know the last time something ever came through under the sort of retail sequential test, but there we are. And you have edge of centre locations as defined in the NPPF, okay, clear. These need to be demonstrably connected and accessible to the existing centre by pedestrians and wheelchair users. Now that's a new test I've not seen before. The closest I've seen in terms of retail hierarchy is where there is a choice of 300 or 350 metre edge of centre priorities given to those that are more accessible. So I don't know if the intention was to sort of to add something there or whether that's just a reflection of case law. If the intention was to add something, we're fine to hear what that justification is. If it's not, for consistency with the framework, I would suggest that shouldn't exist.
Thank you, sir. It's a reasonable point to raise. This is, again, probably from my evidence of examinations on this side and having regard to my experience of this. It is something to probably reflect local circumstances. And when you think about where our town centre is and what may be considered edge of that, you may give rise to some issues regarding safety, where you want some place to be, you know, shops on one side of a very busy road and shops on another side of a very busy road. Say, for example, Leighton Buzzard Road as a hypothetical, the very busy Leighton Buzzard Road on the west, or indeed to the east of the existing, where you have the Marlows, but ultimately any land to the east that might be on the edge, but might not be well connected. And I think it's just ensuring there's a check in there that if it is to be part of a town centre, but by the nature of it being an extension to the existing, being on the edge of, it's just ensuring that it does in all instances feel like it is part of the town centre and that people are able to safely move between any new developments on the as well as the existing town centre. What I guess I'm trying to say is you don't want something that on face value on a policies map is next to it, but ultimately points the wrong way. if you understand.
I see that, and I'm wondering whether that's an issue, and I preempted Mr. Birkinshaw, whether that's a design issue rather than necessarily a sort of town centre, edge of centre issue. But
just thinking out loud, whether you just base it on the text in the framework, which from the top of my head it just says well connected, I think. Might be a way around it. Then you get the same.
Or in the glossary on the definition with reference to 300 metres for primary shopping area and 300 metres of town centre boundary.
Yeah, I think as where criterion 3, I think these need to be demonstrably connected and accessible to the existing centre by pedestrians and wheelchair users. Demonstrably connected. I think have a look at it. It's one that falls into. It's probably on the edge of soundness, but if you did want to tidy it up, we'd support it. I think is where we're going with it. Could it be well connected? I certainly don't think you need to start going into too much detail. As I said, there's enough in the MPPF, and that just jumps me forward. And apologies to Mr. Bristow, I might be sort of preempting what he was going to say next. Where your policy then relates to out of centre, this is where we go to point 6, I think. Expansion of existing town retail locations and new locations for retail will not be permitted unless they're justified in terms of the sequential and impact tests in national guidance. 2 questions, and I'm reading, thinking, and talking at the same time. This only refers specifically to retail. Now, the policy is actually about retail and leisure, and we know that sequential and impact go further than just retail. Should this policy, is the first question. So retail impact refers to retail and leisure, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes. I think we'll take that away and double check it.
So then got wider, the sequential test would apply more widely than just retail as well.
It would, yeah. I think that's a fair. I think we'll probably look to firm that up tonight.
It might be. So the policy is delivering the retail and leisure strategy. It might be a way round it is. The 6 and 7 might just need to be expanded slightly. And again, it can reflect the MPPF, but as it's submitted, obviously, I think that the 2 points is that sequential goes further than retail, and then where you're talking about impact assessments, so I think you're looking at retail and leisure, which then sort of goes back to what the policy, I think, was intended to do. So that's that's the first part of it. The second part is you refer to national guidance. Do you mean national guidance or do you mean national policy? Are you referring to the MPPF there?
Yeah, I believe it's national policy in that instance.
Have a look at that. Like I say, you don't. It's a sort of classic case of, it is the development plan, but you don't need to sort of regurgitate national planning policy. But I think 6 and 7 need again looking at and make sure there is consistency in terms of how far you go. And Ms. Bristow's right, we've got a question about policies on the green belt. I think you're referring to the MPPF there, and I think there's a footnote that refers to the MPPF, so that follows it through. So I think the key takeaways from E2 are criterion 3 and whether it's just well connected, and criterion 6 and 7, just be really clear on your sequential and impact tests and what they relate to.
Thank you.
So, okay. Unless there's anything on E2, tidying up inconsistency with the MPPF. E3, tourism and the visitor economy. And having read this, I was very much having in my mind, this was a policy for Dacorum as opposed to other areas where, you may have a greater rural environment, you may have greater distance from town. So I was very much sort of approaching it in that light. I think though, there are a few points in policy E3 that aren't consistent with the framework in terms of supporting rural tourism. And that really focuses, although in some respects is also in 1A, but it really focuses on, it's really clarified by criterion 2A. In the small villages and open countryside, okay, where you may expect some tourism facilities to come forward, or you may not, proposals will additionally need to evidence why they cannot be accommodated within an adjoining or larger settlement. And someone may, of course, say, because it's nice and peaceful here. So I appreciate perhaps why policy E3 has been created as it is, reflecting the nature of Dacorum. But I do think in terms of supporting a prosperous rural economy in line with paragraph 88, I think it is, I was just looking that up, of the NPPF as it applies here, that is inconsistent. Now, there may be a reason for that, but if consistency is sought, I think criterion 1A and 2 do need some thought.
Thank you. I think the tone of that was ensuring it was consistent with the spatial strategy as a whole, and a degree of a check that, let's just take an example, a hotel, maybe a budget hotel or something that is looking to a particular location, and it is just ensuring, well, is it more appropriate and more sustainable than such a proposal, and a check to ensure that, is that an appropriate location for that proposal? I'm just taking one hypothetical scenario there. It is about a sense of what the strategy is seeking to deliver, and focusing, these facilities towards the kind of 6 main settlements is broadly consistent with the wider sustainability benefits and credentials of the plan relative to homes and existing communities. But I think, there is an acceptance, obviously, that certain things are more suited for the rural, and it is just the level of evidence I think we're seeking here is not extortionate. I think it is just, there may be an ability that if we do see something that perhaps is a little bit out of character, and obviously we've got other parts on that, but a particular use that may be more befitting of a beneficial of a main town centre location, or edge of town centre, or edge of the 6 main settlements. I think it's just something we might just need to hold people to account when they go through their own sequential approach of identifying sites.
I see that, and I think that's why I sort of carefully caveated my my comments about sort of thinking through how this would have come into existence in a Dacorum specific manner. I wonder if it's a case simply of reflecting MPPF paragraph 88C when we talk about, say, when you talk about rural tourism, which is talking about sustainable rural tourism, as opposed to any other form of tourist facility. So bringing that particular dimension in to ensure consistency with MPPF paragraph 88 in terms of the rural dimension, but otherwise, absolutely talking about improving visitor accommodation, increasing the attractions of the borough. I did wonder about this, sort of where the justification for the facility meets identified needs which are not met by existing facilities. and whether that places quite a burden on, say, you mentioned, say, a budget hotel chain. If they come, would that create the requirement that they then demonstrate that there is a need for what they're proposing? And is that right? Is that proportionate? Surely that's their, if I can put it bluntly, that's their lookout.
I think this is reflective of, we have evidence, and I guess the evidence we demonstrably, I won't say, it's as robust as it can be, but in the context of certain facilities, needs may change quite rapidly over time, and the loss of one in a very short space of time could equally be kind of met with, provision elsewhere. So I don't think it's disproportionate. I think, when we do receive such applications, there's always, I would normally see some evidence of demand accompanying that. I don't think it's anything too out there as a request, and we're not being very specific that it needs to be detailed. I think the evidence needs to be proportionate to the type of development. Tourism and visitor economy is quite a broad area, and we do need to, there's got to be a certain check there that we're not being disproportionately kind of hit by a multitude of, one particular form of use, and yeah, and I think it's reasonable that even at the case officer stage, if there is something that they're concerned about, if we are seeing 4 or 5 in a reasonable proximity of one another, that we do have something that we can go back and at least, check that with them, and then ensure that, the evidence is up to date and robust on needs and demands.
I think what I'm right in saying is that we would support something that says the facility meets a clearly articulated need, or something like that. I think that where I have a slight issue is I don't think there is a policy, there is an element of the MPPF that says to demonstrate, to bring forward a tourism facility, you've got to establish that there's nothing existing that can provide that, if that makes any sense. I think that, to me, that goes a step too far in putting the onus of someone to say, well, that's also how long is a piece of string? Are we talking about in Dacorum? Are we talking about elsewhere? So I think what we, and based on what you've said and the nature of the borough, absolutely could support the facility meets a clearly articulated need or something to that effect. That would be fun. I think perhaps it goes too far that's not being met by existing facilities.
No, I take your point. We'll take that away. We'll look at it. Thank you.
Well, that was actually a point I was going to I was going to come on to. Yes, we have where it meets one or more of the following criteria, and presumably that's actually you want to meet all of those criteria. As in, it meets an identified need, it increases the attractiveness of the borough as a destination, it improves accommodation, and, well, maybe there's a distinction in terms of deliver sustainable tourism, as we've talked about, in line with NPPF paragraph 88.
Yeah, and again, so I'll jump in if Mr. Bristol and I have got this sort of understanding of this policy wrong. The principle of new or extended tourism enterprise and other uses related to visitor economy will be supported where it meets one or more of the following criteria. So presumably if you just said, well, it's improving visitor accommodation, the rest of it's irrelevant. The whole thing about meeting identified needs just falls away because you've met one or more of the criteria. Is that right?
I think it's a reasonable point to make. I think what we were trying to do is it may have started as an and criteria, but then we realized that maybe we're possibly packing a bit much in there by adding things like, visitor accommodation, where not necessarily every proposal will be visitor accommodation. So in terms of the effectiveness point, I think we take your point on that. I think what we're trying to do is trying to achieve a neat, concise policy.
just going back to sort of our role and improving versus soundness. I mean, you could, you know, Mr. Bristow makes a really valid point about, well, where's the test in the framework for identifying a needs test? But actually, the needs test very quickly falls away because presumably an applicant would just argue, well, it's clearly improving the attractiveness of the borough as a tourist destination, or delivering sustainable tourism in an appropriate location. Therefore, the rest of it falls away. So maybe the soundness concerns with A are I don't mean this flippantly, but become irrelevant really, because it would never. There's plenty of other sort of hooks for an applicant to demonstrate that they meet the policy.
I think we'll review that point one in the wording of that, just to ensure that, you know, it's striking the right balance. I don't know whether it is about criteria and the need to meet criteria, but maybe it's the certain considerations that we'll need to take into account as part of any application.
Yeah, and I mean, the appropriate locations point is still relevant, though, isn't it? And it might be, because the framework does talk about that. I'm not going to in front of you, but I'm sure it talks about that, you know. In fact, the framework even says something, doesn't it, about accepting that rural tourism essentially won't be in or adjacent to settlements. Accepting that point about it is, you know, what it says on the tin. I would take E3 away, because you might end up with what you really need is these criteria apply in all instances, i.e., you know, appropriate location, not harmful to character and appearance, etc., etc. And then you might have a sort of second sort of set of criteria which are about, that's where your rules come in, you know, improves visitor accommodation or increases the attractiveness of the borough. That gives you flexibility about it, might not just be accommodation. So think about the sort of the must-haves, and then they're probably a separate set to the alls, really. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Because otherwise, you could have something that isn't in an appropriate location. So if you had something that doesn't deliver sustainable tourism, and it's not in an appropriate location, but improves visitor accommodation or meets one of the other criteria, an applicant presumably say, well, it doesn't need to be an appropriate location. We've met the other criteria. So yeah, I think there's probably some work to do on E3, just in terms of effectiveness.
Okay. And then E4. So one point Mr. Berkshire and myself had on this. When we talked earlier about Mr. Mill's point, we just want to be absolutely clear what the council's intention is as to where policy E4, loss of employment, retail and other main town centre uses, applies. Does it apply to both general employment areas and to windfall provision, if I can call it that, of those uses? Or does it just apply to the latter? Because there's no, as far as we could see, there's no particular cross-reference to policy E4 and E1 in terms of general employment areas, which maybe they'll ask the question whether it applies to the general employment areas or whether it just applies to other loss of those uses.
Thank you. So I think just within policy E4 and point 1, we hope it's sufficiently clear when it says demonstrate there is no reasonable prospect of the site being used for its current or allocated use, is that point. So that's the point, but equally as officers here, we've been, you know, just in the lead up to this, just reviewing this point of effectiveness. And we do feel that perhaps E1 would benefit with a cross-reference, perhaps, where we go to that point 4 of strategic policy E1 as written. We have an A and a B. You know, when we talk about proposals for uses other than acceptable uses listed below, will be supported where they satisfy one or more of the following. It may be that we do have a cross-reference as an additional point under that to
I think that'd be really useful in terms of effectiveness from my perspective, just giving a clarity of, okay, well, where do we go as a developer? Say, if we want to make an argument that it was allocated, it was identified, but now is not viable, well, that's where we go. Yeah, okay, that's a really good point. I didn't have any particular, so a reasonable prospect. I think I quite like that wording. I didn't really have any points on if any the criteria, if any viable interest exists, the extent of that interest, and whether the site or premises could reasonably be configured to meet the expectations of interested occupants. I think those strike me as eminently logical things to consider. Then you've effectively got the fallback position in criterion 2. So if there's no reasonable prospect, well, think about a mixed use should first be considered. Okay, so you then may sort of go back into that process and see if that's viable. The kicker, if you like, was criterion 3.
Sorry.
It's all right. Hold your thought there.
Hold your thoughts. I just rereading that actually, as Mr. Bristow was speaking. Criterion 2. It's not enabling development, is it? I think the word enabling development is a little bit misleading.
Yeah.
We're not in an enabling development sort of heritage assets type world, are we? Because actually, if a proposal came forward for a mixed use development that incorporated existing or comparable uses, presumably that would be acceptable, and I think that's an example has been referred to in some of the representations. I don't think in that case the ground floor, or whether it's ground floor or the, however many floors, I don't think that's enabling development. That's just a mixed use scheme, isn't it? Yeah. It's not enabling the residential development. It's just a mixed use scheme. And I don't think you're into tests of viability, etc. Presumably, you could just delete the words enabling development. So where it can be demonstrated, no reasonable prospect is this. Proposals for a mixed-use development that incorporates the existing or comparable use should first be considered. So it gets you to the same point, I think.
Thanks, sir. The purpose of enabling development here is to enable employment-generating uses. That's our interpretation of enabling development in this instance, that if you're losing, say, unemployment or retail, it's the extent to which something more mixed could still enable some employment or employment-generating uses on that site. And that's the tone and trust of what that enabling development is seeking to do here, is to say, right, before we just keel over and say it's got to be residential, we want to kind of say, well, and the example given that we've worked with, this has very much been informed by our lessons learned at the application stages, how we're seeking a kind of approach which has resulted in, say, proposals providing a smaller form of office floor space on the existing GEA, for example.
I would add pretty much exactly what you've just told me as an additional paragraph in your supporting text, because you can delete the word enabling development. I think, you're still talking about mixed-use development that incorporates, or whether you change the word incorporates to delivers or provides or something, existing or comparable usage, and then with some supporting text that sort of spells it out as exactly what you've just said. I think that would be, so take it away and discuss it with Mr. Bristow, but I think that's probably a clearer and justified way of doing it. And you're just removing the sort of enabling development sort of argument and debate, and I don't think that's where you're going with it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
I know Mr. Mills has got his flag up, but in fact, before that, I think that's a good point, and I sort of glossed over enabling development because I sort of knew what it meant, but of course there is a there is a button in the NPPF that talks about a specific kind of wording of enabling development, so I think that's fair to reflect on. On 3, though, this was what I described as the kicker for me. If a mixed-use scheme is not viable, okay, so you've gone through this approach and you've looked at whether you can incorporate some of the use for which it was allocated. If that is not viable, okay, the extent to which the proposed use, well, presumably that would be something other than employment use, generates new employment will be considered in determining the relevant planning application. I'm not sure what that means, and if it means what I think it means, that if you're having a mixed-use scheme and therefore you'll be generating less employment inherently than what was there, you're going to get refused anyway.
Sorry, yes. This is it's generally a cascade kind of approach, and I dare I say it's again from my experience of how far we can take these things, and draws upon my experiences elsewhere when working on plans in Oxfordshire. But this one again is when thinking about the applicability of it, that obviously you have your employment uses, but you can have a lot of indirect employment as well from developments. And it may be a circumstance where in a GEA someone wants to deliver a creche or something like that, that might be ancillary in other ways, or it may be that there's other uses out there that form part of the mix and the balance in terms of supporting the economy. It's, we obviously recognize the importance of construction in terms of an economic role, but I think the extent to which proposals might go beyond that in terms of, post-construction and implementation kind of considerations as well. It's just saying that it's a take into consideration point, and it may help in terms of the overall kind of balance and determination of cases, recognizing that the loss of one to something else can be quite far-ranging in terms of the options.
I entirely understand what you've said is entirely logical, and I don't doubt that there are policies out there elsewhere that do a similar thing. But presumably, if you're looking at a mixed-use scheme, and then that's not viable, you're then left with what? A single-use scheme, presumably housing. And then the instruction here to a decision taker would be to consider, but not necessarily place any particular weight on it, or to favour those uses that generate more. I just think I can't.
Yeah. Could you flip it on its head, and could part 3? So part 2 is clear. You're looking at this sort of mixed-use development first, and it sounds like you've got an example of where that's worked, and schemes have come forward. Could part 3 be around effectively a quite stringent test that requires applicants to demonstrate that a mixed-use scheme is not viable? Rather, because it's sort of if a mixed-use scheme is not viable, so we've actually already we're in that world. As Mr. Bristow said, point 3 doesn't really get you anywhere. Just says will be considered in determining the relevant plan application, but gives no direction as to what that consideration is. And presumably, the council couldn't refuse planning permission because there's nothing there to refuse it against. The decision maker would say, "Well, I considered it." I think maybe where you need to go with part 3 is sort of almost sort of saying, we're in a world where an applicant's come forward on one of these sites and they're saying we cannot deliver a mixed use development. Your sort of policy position needs to be quite a sort of stringent why basically. So I think 3 as submitted isn't sound. It's not clear. It's not effective.
And it might be, and Mr. Birkinshaw is much better at doing this than I am, it might be that criterion 2 speaks of something like that a mixed-use scheme that seeks to maximise the existing employment use should first be considered. So you're making clear that actually what you want to do is retain as much as possible of the employment, retail, or the main town centres use, or general employment use, and that's it. And then you don't need criterion 3, because you made clear that the purpose of criterion 2 is to look at other alternatives which seek to maximise the employment capacity of the site.
Yeah, and you could almost merge 2 and 3. Again, we're sort of thinking out loud here, and I think the answer needs to be taken away. I need to give some consideration to this. As maybe 2 and 3 do merge, and just be clear about proposals that do not provide any form of employment generating uses would only be permitted where they demonstrate that it's not viable or feasible to do so, or something like that. Because presumably, if one of these sites came forward, so if you've got a windfall site and it's a historic employment generating use that's really sort of run its course, it's probably not in the best location anymore. It may well be that as a council, you don't really want any more employment generating uses there. It might be a sort of non-conforming use, really. And again, where does the policy allow for that? So it might be that a criterion about other uses where it's not viable or appropriate to do so might give you still the in principle policy support for please look at mixed use first, but also the flexibility that you don't have brownfield sites sort of kicking around and not coming forward for alternative uses. There's a flexibility there for an applicant to say, look, here's the evidence, it's simply not viable, or actually it's not appropriate in this location, and then these sites can come forward. I think that's really where it needs to go, and that then also ties in with your evidence. As we talked about before the break, oversupply, etc., etc. It's a positively prepared policy then, which, yes, council, we'd like to see some mixed-use development first. We've got some good case studies where that's coming forward, but actually for applicants, there's still that flexibility there. I think is where you need to go with it.
Thank you, sir. So we'll take that away and consider that. I think when you see applications being determined and planners' reports, quite often references inevitably made to the number of homes that the proposal or the number of jobs that a proposal can give rise to. So I think even in its removal or reconfiguration, I don't think it probably takes away too much from the application being considered in terms of what it will deliver in terms of an economic objective. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mills, let's hear from you. And I think we're getting towards sort of the end of the E's other than E5, which I don't think you want to talk about, which we're, I don't know quite why, but this is, the E5 is for this afternoon session. But anyway, Mr. Mills, E1 to 4.
Thank you, sir. And it was just a point of effectiveness, I guess, on part 2 of E4. And I appreciate the intention in terms of firstly looking at a mixed use, then looking at alternative uses. But the part 1 of the policy refers to loss of the existing use, and then it directs the applicant to consider mixed use scheme. So if an applicant was to come forward with a mixed use scheme, then by definition you're not losing the existing use because you're delivering that use within part of the proposal. So it might be a net loss, but it's not a loss of the use as such.
And I think that's what we're all, to some extent, trying to sort of rumble around in our mind, that it may be you lose, I don't know, retail, but you gain offices. So you lose a certain type of employment, but you gain others, and that has economic benefits and is consistent with the general economic area. So I think that's a fair point. I think the policy just needs a bit of thinking through, really. And I probably can't. We've tried, haven't we? We've all tried to come up with some phrasing, shooting from the hip. But I think it just needs a bit of thought And I think that's a fair point to bring in, that yes, if you're losing one type of employment, you may be gaining a different type, and that may still be relevant to the argument that someone may want to make.
What about a situation where so E4 is very narrow, demonstrates there's no reasonable prospect of the site being used for its current or allocated use? What do you do as a council in a situation where you may have an employment premises then that, I don't know, falls within a sort of, for old money, sort of a B2 use class? Are you looking for marketing evidence of that very specific use, or would you be looking for wider marketing? For example, there may well be another non-residential use, basically. What is it that you're actually looking for? It says it's current or allocated use. So, for example, we talked before the break about one of the sites was referred to, I think, as light industrial. So, as a council, if an applicant came forward and said, look, there's no demand for light industrial here, do you just accept that then? Okay, brilliant, fine, we're into mixed use? Or would you be sort of saying, well, hang on a minute, have you tested other uses? Have you tested, I don't know, some small sort of warehousing distribution type uses? What do you do in that situation?
I think in that instance, we'd just go back and look at, before we get to E4, and thinking about the way, strategic policy E1.4, there's two other criteria there first. And as I said, if we introduce, so proposals for use, so if we took absolutely for light industrial, other than the acceptable uses listed below, would be supported where they satisfy one or more of the following criteria. So the alternative use will strengthen the economic role of the GEA as an economic or employment or economic centre. And then important services and facilities, we provided that will enhance the attractiveness as an economic centre. So, and if you then introduce C, then you then go to what would be, if you introduce another criterion that cross-reference to policy 4. So, almost in its own way, when you're looking at, say, absolutely as a light industrial, say you want to bring forward something different on that, well, is it something that will strengthen the economic role of the GEA as an employment or economic centre?
It's more where an applicant is trying to meet E4 and demonstrating this building there's no viable interest, or we want to redevelop it. It's whereas the council, you say, well, hang on a minute, there might be no viable interest for that very specific use, but have you considered an alternative employment generating use? How would you judge that? Well, where would you go? So the applicant turns around, they've got a really narrow, and Mr. Bristol and I sort of come across this in section 78 plus, really narrow marketing evidence that we've done this, it was a light industrial site and we marketed it for 6 months for light industrial uses, but no one wanted it. We're into E4, brilliant, we want to redevelop it. What would you do as a council if you went and say, well, hang on a minute, we didn't allocate it for, I don't know, another type of employment generating use that, presumably there might be interest out there?
I'm just thinking about your point in light of what national policy says on this also, because if you take it into the context of what national policy requires, which I think is the paragraph 127 of the framework, a positive approach to applications for alternatives which is currently developed but not allocated for specific. So we got 2 points, 126 which is allocated, 127 which is unallocated, where this would help to meet identified development needs is that point. And I think the test has always been there that applications will need to point towards a meeting an identified need. So I guess in that context, taking account, I would say, I'm just trying to think about that dynamic, what you're saying there relative to what national policy seeks, because it seems like national policy seeks some evidence that you're meeting a need, I think.
I think where we see a lot of these policies, they're generally sort of framed along the lines of, where there's no reasonable prospect of the site being used for its current or other employment generating use. That's the key. It's ensuring that the marketing evidence that you receive because you sort of touch on it, part C, whether the site or premises could reasonably be configured to meet the expectations of interested occupants. I mean, that's a little bit vague as well, because what happens if the interested occupants were outside of its current use? You know, I think you get the example of, you know, the sort of the creche or the sort of, you know, children's play centres, like the classic one, isn't it? Comes along, we want to use this vacant industrial unit. There's no demand for it. What do you do there? There's a demand for an employment generating use, but it's just not within the use that it's allocated for.
I think we'll take that away. It's a valid point. It's good to have the healthy discussion on this. I think when it comes to the GEAs, it goes back to that point of acceptable uses, and there's probably, in our view, good reason why some are more broad in terms of their acceptable use and some are not. And I think by nature of the example of Doolittle Meadows potentially being converted to industry or industrial, in theory, you know, when it might be next to residential or indeed other elements, and in light of our evidence. I think there is that element about the acceptable uses point, and some of our areas, we're being clear, are more broad in terms of their acceptable uses. So on Whiteleaf Road, for example, offices, industrial and warehousing is acceptable. So it would be less of an issue for those allocated sites. I see your point then when you say, well, let's stray outside of that. And let's just think about some of these other sites and maybe unallocated sites, how that goes about meeting needs. I think there is a point about, well, we probably need to be more clear within the plan about our needs, firstly, where we have identified them, so then people will be able to draw upon that. We've taken that point.
There's two other points as well that crop up in this policy. What do you do with a vacant site?
I would say in that instance, I would have probably said, from my perspective at least, it would be down to what's the acceptable lawful use for that site as existing when considering that. We would naturally take into account the extent to which vacancy is, you know, it remains vacant for a period of time. Again, the plan needs to be read as a whole, I think, in those instances, and alongside national policy when it comes to these points as well.
I think make that point clear, because we do get this where, you know, there's planning appeals and applications where sites are vacant, and we get the argument, well, you know, its current uses, it's been vacant. So if that's your position, again, make it clear. You could add some supporting text around, you know, for vacant sites, you know, the council will consider the current use to be its existing lawful use, for example. So that's just a point of clarity around vacant sites. Going back to point 2, so we talked about the enabling development points. It says that the mixed use scheme should incorporate existing or comparable uses. What do you mean by comparable use?
If I might, if I might interject, sorry. I think what we're all rumbling around on this one, and I was looking frantically in the glossary, is what is the clutch of uses that policy E4 is dealing with. You often see plans with employment generating uses, economic uses that define it. And there may be something in that space, and I'll obviously let you come back on Mr. Birkinshaw's question. There may be something in that space to define what is meant by the basket of uses that policy E4 covers. And therefore, you don't need a comparable use because you're automatically looking within that basket of uses. I'm trying to think of a particular plan that I probably shouldn't say, but there are plans out there that have a definition of employment uses are a bundle of things, and that may short circuit the sort of the consideration there of what is comparable. I don't know.
it's that point around, what do you do in a situation where clearly as a council, what you're wanting is these sites where people are saying, look, we've got a big office block, that's not viable anymore. COVID's happened, working patterns have changed, there simply isn't the demand for that. Okay, fine, we're in this sort of world where we accept this. We want a mixed use development. And this is a point Mr. Mills touched upon, where the applicant says, well, we just told you that there's no demand for offices, so clearly this mixed-use development of offices and residential isn't viable because there's no demand for it. As a council, presumably, then you say, well, hang on a minute, don't just confine that to offices. There may be another appropriate employment-generating use which could go into this mixed-use development. That's perfectly reasonable, but I don't think you've got a policy hook to then require an applicant to go and do that.
I think subject to your earlier suggestion of including the phrase only be permitted where demonstrated XYZ current or allocated or other employment generating uses are unviable, I think we will go away and consider the policy as a whole, and in particular focusing on current or allocated and criteria 2 and 3. Bear in mind what you said, but I think there appears to be a way through with a tightening of criterion 2, which might be improved by reference to words similar or the same as those that you've made reference to just a few moments ago.
I think that covers our concerns, so thank you.
Okay, that seems well, it's been a very, from my perspective, very useful, very interesting discussion. And it is an issue that will, just reflecting on it, I suppose, crop up, not just potentially from Mr. Mills and his client, but again and again, if there is an argument about officers and redundancy. And so I think that's an important one, actually, on reflection. Unless there's anything on the E1, E2, E3, E4. No? As I say, we have E5, and this is probably my error, putting it this afternoon, was we could have probably logically dealt with it. But if there's nothing on that, then we're back at 2 o'clock, aren't we? Yeah.
Sorry, just a very brief point. Policy E1. Policy E1 lists your general employment areas, fine, Bovington area, other locations. Proposals for new employment development will be considered on a case-by-case basis in accordance with the spatial strategy and other national and local policies as relevant. What do you do, or where do you go to determine a proposal for, say, a small scale, probably rural, new employment generating use? So it's not in a general employment area, it's not an allocated site, it's a sort of a new business, and it's maybe in a rural area. Where do you go to determine whether or not that's suitable?
Thank you. I think in that instance, there's possibly a Rolling Stone here is going to get her a bit of moss, but I think there would be examples within the plan where, say, I think taking case by case, I've dealt with experiences where someone is just looking to deliver, say, a garage workshop where they can service cars in a village. and that they'll employ 2 or 3 people, but it's tied to the back of their house and might be considered limited infill development as part of the context of the spatial strategy. That would be an example of that, where I think the spatial strategy doesn't differentiate limited infill between housing or employment or something else. It is just a criteria approach to that. So when you go to the spatial strategy as drafted currently, you do see that where you talk about the small villages, ... The principle of limited infill development isn't specific to housing. Will be supported subject to the following criteria being met. So then, understanding that concept and that context, I've dealt with examples in policy terms where provided advice how such proposal would be consistent with that. But then you also have to look in the context of separate ones such as the tourism economy, which may, the tourism and visitor economy kind of side may give rise to other ones. I appreciate it's maybe not employment specific, but we've talked about previous developed land in the Greenbelt, those sites in the Greenbelt also. We've identified Bovingdon at Bourne End. Obviously they're within the GEAs. Any proposals relative to that? It is, again, considered on a case-by-case basis relative to what their intended purpose is, and indeed, depending on their location, either within the Chilterns National Landscape or Greenbelt. I think you have to consider it in accordance with national policy as such as well, where it relates to these important designations. So I see there's possibly a multitude, and I think it's how you tailor every eventuality, I think, and perhaps what we want to do is just be at least flexible and recognise that depending on the particular context. I think E4 applies to all employment sites in any case.
I would have a look at it. I think it's too vague. It doesn't really say anything. I think where you need to go with it is have a, in regards to the framework does talk about planning policies, should enable the sustainable growth and expansion of all types of businesses in rural areas, both through the conversion of existing buildings and well-designed new buildings. It talks about the development and diversification of agricultural and other land-based rural businesses. It then says planning policies should recognise that sites to meet local business and community needs in rural areas may have to be found adjacent to or beyond existing settlements. So that's where there is actually a little bit of a tension with the spatial strategy. It doesn't need a lot. Again, I think you've got the right outcome. It's just, I think the policy just needs to be a little bit clearer, essentially, because ultimately a lot of these would be in the Greenbelt anyway, where your Greenbelt policies would bite. But just in terms of being clear, effective, and positively prepared, maybe have a look at point 5, and I'm not saying you need to copy the MPPF, but it might be that some of that text is relevant just around, directing. It's these sort of small scale rural businesses, isn't it? And just an understanding of where a decision maker would go to consider those.
Point taken, I think, on that. Just going back to the spatial strategy as a whole, and we talked about the other small villages in the countryside. We're clear in the spatial strategy that these are the least sustainable areas, but growth here will generally support changing rural and agricultural practices, and that's kind of trying to tie that point as well. So kind of a recognition that there's diversification, there is that potential there. The strategy seeks to kind of support that in principle, but absolutely, take those points on board.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right. Let's adjourn. We'll come back at 2, and then we'll probably start ID1 going through the policies listed on the programme there. Brilliant. Thank you. Let's adjourn back at 2.